Good morning. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Anna? Jonas, Joseph, Ariano, Drake, Microforms, Mr. Nikhil, Johnny, Comrade. What's up, everyone? Oh, look who it is. Luke, Emmy. Nietzsche, what's up? You know, the thing about New York City is you never know. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Marty_Catboy. I didn't make it. I think a lot about quantum computing. I think it's very important. Yeah, I am on Twitter, so I think I left my phone in my bathroom or somewhere. So I gotta go grab that in a second, but that's how I access Twitter. Trump's indictment, very sad. Very, very sad. It's basically a disgrace, in my opinion. Andrew Tate, I don't think he'd be a credible or capable vice president. Anyway, let's go to my BookGen project. I've tweaked the code a little bit. Let's see if we can get a full book to be spit out by OpenAI. That's my goal for today. Then I want to work on my other AI projects. All right, it's generating a paranormal book, paranormal fiction. So I guess that's a ghost story. We could do some Excel too, or some stock work, I should say. Let's look at Biopharma. Royalty Pharma. Oh, that's an interesting one. it's kind of a convoluted company because it's a basically private equity company that's publicly traded. I mean, that's not necessarily true, to be fair, but it's sort of like a private equity company. It was a private equity company at one point. It no longer is. You can see it's I guess a company based in England. They're a New York company though. That's their main business location. But here's a press release. Let's look at some other ones. This looks like a presentation. Oh no, this is a press release too. So yes, it's a little bit of a bizarre system in a lot of ways because you have these royalty receipts. It's just a little confusing. My YouTube chat doesn't refresh. Best-selling books, maybe. Okay, it's starting to make book. Okay, let's look. It's calling this thing Beyond the Veil. A chilling supernatural event. Main character is Elizabeth Lizzie Romero, a psychic medium. Tim Johnson, a skeptical paranormal investigator. Fictional town of Ravenswood, Massachusetts. The Salem witch trials connection, the curse on the founding families. It just comes up with this shit all by itself. Epilepsy. Well, good question. Maybe. If you're interested in stock market software, I think you can turn off the flashing as well. So shut up, Kitty. So I don't know if they've put out a 10K yet. The Godel system is not perfect. So I'm just going to try the SEC real quick until we make the Godel system perfect. Yep, there is a 10K. Hey, I'm hungry over here. You can sign up for Godel now. I'll post a link. But don't keep asking me. It's a closed beta, private invites only. You guys are nagging me. I'm kidding. I appreciate every single person that wants to use the software. We made it with a lot of tender love and care. And we want everyone as a user and then hopefully maybe even a customer. It's not hard to get an invite, you just fill that out. Hey, fake it till you make it. But yeah, we're prioritizing making sure the software is the best it can be, not necessarily users. If we wanted users, we could get a lot of users, I think. But anyway, let's look at Royalty Pharma. Its ticker is RPRX, listed on NASDAQ. I think it's listed as RPRX either way. 600 million shares outstanding. Okay. $36 stock. So that makes it a $21 billion company. Just write whatever CV you have. I do remember looking at Beam, of course. I remember everything I do. I remember what I ate for breakfast 6 years ago. Come on. We're talking to Martin Shkreli here. I'm drinking coffee. What else do you drink in the morning? I woke up, smoked a bunch of weed. I love it. Listen to rap music. Don't make a Shkreli bot. No, you don't have my permission. Alright, let's so we got the CF franchise. This is the Vertex drug. So basically, in a lot of ways, like Royalty Pharma was very levered to the Vertex portfolio. My current cat and Trashy might have beef. That's a good question. Nibbles, Trashy, the war has begun. Anyone is welcome to apply for Godel, correct? Like I said, I appreciate every user we get. And the product will always have a free tier, unlike Bloomberg. There will always be free Godel for everyone. You may not get the most features and the most whatever, but unlike Bloomberg, we'll have a free product that beats most people's products. Ophthalmoplegia? I don't know that one. I don't think so too, Thomas. I just have to get around to clicking accept on everyone. You know, if you apply with some troll email or something, I'm not going to accept it. But hey, Carter. All right, so let's see. The cystic fibrosis franchise for Vertex was for a long time and still is their biggest product. They really made an amazing investment there years ago with the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. It's a really interesting thing. So they collected $811 million of royalties. The end market sales of the products were $8 billion, so they had about a 10% royalty. Isn't that interesting? I have some goons. I just don't have a real reason to use them. But yeah, I have a lot of goon friends now, about 100 times the goon friends I had before. You know, before all I was hanging out with were Ivy League, graduates, law firm partners, now it's a little different. Bloods, Latin Kings. Yeah, we're definitely making like a Godel language that you could write scripts with at some point, and an API, and everything you would, shut up, kitty, everything you would expect. Yeah, why you crawling up on me? You crawling up on me? Huntington's is a genetic disorder. There are no treatments, unfortunately. I do think that LLMs will help a bit in the stock market, and we are doing some LLM stuff with Godel. There'll be a feature soon where you can feature where you can use that. Huntington's has been a disaster for virtually everyone. Roche was pretty hot with Ionis, but there's just nothing going on in Huntington's. I don't think GPT-4 could beat hedge funds quite yet, but maybe eventually. All right, so Nurtec, this is basically a milestone payment, so to me, I don't count that really. So Tysabri is an old multiple sclerosis drug from Biogen. So end user or end market sales. No, right now, John, those are the older drugs for MS. The new drugs are dimethyl fumarate and CD20 antibodies and fingolimod. Those are kind of the newer MS agents. Yeah, GPT is still relatively weak, but it's still amazing. It's a dawn of a new era for sure. All right, Imbruvica, another well-known drug. Royalty Pharma has their hands in everything. I don't know Chainlink, sorry. I'll look into it when I have some time, but Insomnia drugs have never been good sellers. You want me to go to the Trump protest and live stream from it? Yeah, let's go. I mean, I honestly, you know, I'm very supportive of Trump, and I feel very bad. At the same time, you know, he didn't pardon me. So, he wants my support. He's not asking for my support. But I needed him to pardon me. And the guy who got accused for memes of you know, this recent guy who got convicted for making Hillary Clinton memes, well, I did that too. And I didn't get pardoned. And he's like, oh, I got to pardon the Hillary Clinton meme guy. It's like, dude, what about me? If Trump pardoned me, I'd be his biggest fan, of course. And it's not like we didn't ask. We asked. We got that right on their desk. Kushner said, nah, we ain't doing that. Oh, because it would put a black mark on your presidency? The most fucked up presidency ever? Back to Bernie. Antitrypsin will be cured, I think, because it's a liver disorder. So Intilia or a antisense company will cure antitrypsin, alpha antitrypsin deficiency. We're looking at Royalty Pharma, RPRX. I should put a, you know what, let me do that. That'll be kind of cool. I'm going to add, I got to get Emmy to do some of this stuff too. But we're going to do a pretty cool, I'm going to try to make some cooler stuff on stream. I'm going to add a text. This is going to be cool. And I'm going to do, let's see, what color do I make it? Black. So nobody has to ask. Isn't that cool? Or should I make it white and put it down there? Ooh, that's a good idea. Look at these amazing innovations. You know, who said Shkreli can't program? You're a liar. Who said Shkreli doesn't know JavaScript? You seen that video about me? The Biden was talking shit? You guys see that? That pissed me off.
In school television, always in the barbershop. Chief Keef ain't about this. Chief ain't about that. My boy BD on fucking Lamron, man. They say that you don't be putting in no work. Shut the fuck up. You don't see no shit. And all y'all fuckers talking about Chief Keef ain't no hitter. Chief Keef ain't this. Chief Keef fake. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what that means. You don't know that Nick caught with a ratchet shit at the police and shit. You know, probation since fucking I don't know when. Motherfuckers stop fucking playing him like that. And because all savages that way. I catch another motherfucker talking sweet about Chief Keef, I'm fucking beating their ass. So I'm not playing no more. In school.
All those people in school in the barbershop stage saying Shkreli doesn't know JavaScript. I'm beating their ass. I hear one more person say Shkreli doesn't know about typing. That all of his code is spaghetti code. Everybody in the barbershop talking about Shkreli don't know TypeScript, he's not a real programmer. Shut the fuck up. They used to call me the professor. Now I'm not the professor. Professor's long retired, John. Basketball courts in Brooklyn, that was 25 years ago. Right now I got the spare tire. I can't chase this kitten without getting winded. All right, Xtandi, another famous drug, $4 billion in revenue, 187 million in royalties for Royalty Pharma. We got Promacta. I remember when they did the Promacta deal, that was really interesting, and I think they got the better end of that deal when Ligand sold them the Promacta royalties. The Mataran is good. Shkreli don't know Julia. Shkreli still uses Mongo. He don't know how to use ORMs. He doesn't build his own custom libraries. Stop talking shit. You know that Shkreli built custom compilers for ARM and x86 infrastructures when he was 12 years old. Alright, enough Chief Keef. Shkreli built his own Temple OS. You know that Shkreli was fucking with... What was the dude's name from Temple OS? Terry Davis, the holy compiler. King Terry. Alright, so Tremfya sold 2.668, and they got 97 in royalties, so they don't have much of a royalty on Tremfya. I always thought Tremfya was a funny name for a drug. The rest of these, I'm going to just do the royalties. So Trelegy, Januvia, we can kind of split our screen a little, make our lives a little easier. Yeah, we need a better viewer for SEC filings. I think I gotta build that. This Edgar viewer fucking sucks. Alright. Trelegy, Januvia, Cabometyx, Farxiga. Always the greatest drug to pronounce. This one too. Evrysdi, Prevamiss, Trodelvy, Orladeyo, Erlita, Chris Vita, Emgality, and Oxlumo. Okay. These are all drugs that we have sort of other models for. Erlita, Orladeyo, Trodelvy. Remember the Trodelvy acquisition? That's starting to look like maybe not a smart deal from Gilead. Evrysdi, Farxiga. Yeah, there are some good quant funds that don't publish results. I've talked about some of them before. If you're really in the space, you kind of know, you get to learn a couple of things. Let's go to the book generator. How's the book generator doing? Well, this looks pretty slow. Some of these responses to OpenAI are taking 3 minutes. But it does have a full plot, as we said earlier. This is a paranormal fiction book that I've programmed OpenAI to write. I think IBKR is in good health. They're like one of the only companies I trust out there. So this book is called Beyond the Veil. I don't know that my name inspires fear in Brooklyn. I would say respect. If you go around the street corners of Brooklyn and you say, "Where's Shkreli at?" They know, one, they know who you're talking about. 2, they know I'm Brooklyn. 3, it's not fear, because like fear is when, I know some names that would inspire fear in Brooklyn. Where people start running and they say, "Who's asking?" You know, that's not, I don't think you want to be like that. There's Albanian guys like that, there's black guys like that, you know. I wouldn't want to be somebody that everybody was scared of. You know, that's not good. You know, my blood type, Brooklyn, check. Religion, yes, I believe in Brooklyn. Sex, Brooklyn. Gender, Brooklyn. Location, the block. Kings Highway. Go down to Kings Highway, ask about me. Everybody will tell you, oh yeah, Scully's, what do you know, but they have loyalty, so they would say, if you ask, they would say, you know, the bartender or the pizza guy, you go to J&R Pizza or whatever, they would be like wiping the counter, and they'd look up and they'd look at you and they'd say, who are you? You know, because they got their ears out and their eyes out. NYBK. I didn't hustle in prison. I didn't need to, obviously, but I supported the hustle. You know, I definitely was there with my hustler friends. Let's get back to Royalty Pharma. So they collect all these royalties, right? I wouldn't say I scammed the insurance companies. Medicine is expensive. It's hard to make. It's hard to stay in business making medicine. So you need some kind of. I did see the Megan Thee Stallion thing. All right, so we got royalty receipts. I'm not going to include the one-time royalty receipt. On this channel, we don't include one-time items. They seem to want to. So I get 2.4 billion, which is a lot less than theirs because I'm not including 560 million. But even if I include that 560, I am missing something, and I see now that it's other products. They have an other products section. And I'm going to put that down as 263 because they have like a royalty on Humira and stuff like that. But all right, so now if I add the 560 back, we get the right number, or at least something pretty close. There's always rounding. Midjourney's great, yeah. Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, and now their first understanding with this Trump situation is that the legal system we have in America is a disaster. It's corrupt. It's subhuman. Jeez, that's relatively mean. Stop banging! You're scaring my kitty. The legal system is ridiculous. It's now a wholly owned subsidiary of politicians and people who have their own. I think my neighbor's banging their hanging up a picture or something. Who have their own interests first. They are not public servants. They don't serve the public in any meaningful capacity. If they happen to occasionally serve the public while they're advancing their own interests, then it's a coincidence more than an intention. And you know, this was proven to me in my prosecution. We now see it loud and clear in Trump's prosecution. If you're telling me the state of New York has no better crime to prosecute than the president paying $100,000 of hush money, quote unquote, to that woman, then you're crazy. Because if you know New York City, there's a lot of crime here to prosecute. And I think that it's fairly obvious that in our great country of New York, it's fairly obvious that this is a political assassination. And I think that I know who sponsored the legal campaign against me. And again, I'm a tough person. I fear nothing, and I could stand up against the most vicious of tyrants. When I was a child, learning defiance and learning how to stand up for yourself was very important to me, and I would never ever back down, no matter what. Even in communist China, if they had me against the wall to recant or they'll shoot me, I'd say shoot me. That's just the kind of person I've become, and there's no changing it. I'm 40 years old. It doesn't mean I can't learn. It doesn't mean that I can't grow. It doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes. But you know, if I believe in something, I'm going to stand for it. And I think that that's you know, that's something that's pretty important to me. I think it was Martin Luther King who said something to the effect of, "If you won't stand for something, you'll lie down for anything," or something like that. And ultimately, you know, I think that, you know, the corrupt political culture and criminal justice culture is really just something that, you know, I think that judges and prosecutors kind of use as a tool to shape society how they see fit, and especially to advance their own interest. And it's really frustrating. Anyway, let's get back to work. And again, I don't cry for me. I cry for all the other people that have no resources, that have no ability to defend themselves. And you shouldn't cry for Trump, because Trump is famous and Trump can defend himself. What you should be upset about is the guy that's being trampled, who has no voice, who has no rights, who has no ability to defend himself or herself. That's the issue. Yeah, if you can stay below the radar of these cretins, you're in good shape. But, you know, the problem is our country is going down the drain, and I sound like an old man, but I do think our country's going down the drain at this rate. It's kind of disappearing before our eyes. We have a transgender shooting tragedy, and the White House is upset about the shooter, the murderer, being trans, saying that trans people are going through a tough thing. In Albania, you spit on the ground when you hear something you don't like, because it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So I'm tempted to spit on the ground, right? And it's like, what country, you know, do we have that we want, where, you know, we're focusing on the shooter instead of, you know, who planned this terrible crime, instead of, you know, you know, that's very scary. And you have this like weird left-wing cult of climate change, which, you know, I'm sort of a pseudoscientist or, you know, researcher, call me what you will. I believe very strongly in science. But, you know, this culture of taking some parts of science and expanding them past science's purview is wrong. And remember, I'm pro-vaccine. But again, you know, we can't force people to take a vaccine product. We can't lie about a vaccine product. You know, these are complicated products that, you know, are very nuanced, and most people can't fully understand the nuances of immunology and vaccination, and we shouldn't be lying to anybody to convince them of something that isn't there. Again, I'm a pro-vaccine person, but I also, you know, understand it extremely well. And, you know, I think the way the government handled the rollout of the vaccine was pretty abysmal. So if you guys want to find somebody to, we'll talk about climate change in a second. If you guys want to find somebody to support that has a lot of these similar viewpoints, I would encourage you to look at my friend Vivek Ramaswamy, who's running for president. People like Vivek and people like Mark Andreessen and people like Peter Thiel, they're all our country's got, in my opinion. People like Palmer Luckey, you know, I think that they're the last protectors of the America that we knew. And I think that, you know, it's sort of a shame that, you know, Vivek is V-I-V-E-K. You can look for Vivek 2020. V-I-V-E-K. Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek 2024. So no, I think everybody should be free to choose if they want to take a medical product or not. It's their choice. Vivek is, the one thing about Vivek is he's honest. He tells it like it is, and it's really, he'll tell you, like, he makes mistakes. He'll tell you he's not right about everything, and he wants to have the open debate as opposed to the just talking points that are poll tested and stuff like that. Like, I think that's something really refreshing. He's a very, very smart guy, right? He's a brilliant young man. I think he's even a couple years younger than me. He's made mistakes with some of his corporate actions too, but Axovant wasn't great, but I think that he would make a really great president, and having an Indian American as a president would be a huge milestone. We have Indian CEO of Microsoft. We have an Indian CEO of Google. We have an Indian CEO of Adobe, Indian CEO of IBM. Indians have done very well in America. They're the real American dream. They come to America and work their ass off. They come to America and study their ass off. They come to America and they don't commit crimes, by the way. In America, in prison, where I can give you firsthand, I've been to 3 prisons, 2,000 or 3,000 people each. I maybe met one Indian person, and he was wrongfully accused. So, these are people that have jumped into America and have fulfilled their American dream. They come from a dirt poor place. India's average GDP per capita is like $2,000. Come to America, and they're the highest earners in our country. I met a lot of Albanians in prison. And Albania, put it this way, Albania, and I'm Albanian, so I can say this. Albania has 3 million people, okay? India has 1.5 billion people. 3 million Albanians in Albania, 1.5 billion Indians in India. And I met 10 times as many Albanians in American prison than Indians. So, just think about it. It's a culture that prizes education, a culture that prizes respect, family ties, things like that. And Vivek, is I'm not saying he's perfect, I'm not perfect, he's not perfect, but, he's a good dude, and, I hope he makes it really far in politics, whether it's this term, next term, he becomes a senator or whatever, unlikely case, he becomes a president. I'm all for it, and we don't have minorities in Congress, right? We don't have younger people in Congress, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Everybody in Congress is 100 years old. You got people in Congress where they talk about cryptocurrency or AI, they're sitting there thinking, what the fuck is going on? I don't even know what the hell this is. We need people that look like Americans, innovators, people who are programmers, people who are, smart people, not just people who know how to yell and scream and attract attention, like Lauren Boebert or an MTG. And again, I'm friends with some of these people, but they're actors. They're not actual people like you and me that actually have to go to work and do stuff. I'm glad that they're passionate about what they say, but I also think that they, they're not regular people, career politicians. Normal people don't want to be politicians. That's a fantastic point, Ram. And I think that, that's where Vivek is doing a true public service. This is why I like wealthier business people as candidates for the public, because they don't have anything to gain from the experience. You have $1 billion, you don't need to be a politician. Trust me, when I talk to people with $1 billion, the last thing in the world they want to do is run for office, because it looks like the biggest pain in the ass. It's a huge inconvenience. You can't go skiing in Gstaad. You can't, go on your you've got votes and campaigns and, all that stuff to do. It gets in the way of all your fun. Now, some people are able to do both, but in general, there's no benefit. There's no monetary incentive to being the president. If you're a billionaire, no. If you're worth nothing, sure. You get to write books and stuff like that, but you don't get money. You don't get more money being a billionaire. You have to stop doing all your business work. You have to go divest all your, conflicts of interest. Thank you, Zach, by the way, for supporting the stream. you can get some power, but the power doesn't help you. Look at Trump. I mean, how did Trump help himself in any way, or anybody else for that matter? You know, it's very much, you know, a social service, and that's why like people like John McCain, he was in the war, right? The guy got shot down. This is not a guy that is trying to grift, right? I think that, you know, Vivek, you could argue that a lot of these political guys, they're self-centered, they're egotistical, they're a little megalomania. Look at Trump. You know, they believe that they should be in charge because they have a huge ego. Okay, that kind of comes with the territory, with anyone. But they certainly don't have an incentive to do it. You know, I think that that's, you know, really critical. And, you know, I hope you guys think about that. I know a lot of people here, I'm preaching to the choir, but I think that, you know, we have to save our country. And again, I think when I was a kid, I remember all the old people would say the same thing, right? Our country's going down the tubes. But, you know, I think we're in danger of approaching that. And thankfully, I think cooler heads will prevail. But, you know, we have to speak. You know, the amount of people that I've met, from the biggest rock bands and rappers in the world to the biggest business people in the world, who have said, Gene Martin, it's so nice to meet you. I always really wanted to say that I support you, but I was afraid. I was a big fan. I even have a poster of Trashy on my wall. And I'd shake their hands and say, thanks a lot, your support means a lot to me. But the culture of fear that permeates America, that Vivek has talked about, that, you know, shut up, kitty. That culture of fear where people are afraid to say they support capitalism, to say that they support, you know, innovation, to say that they support business. You know, when I was in jail, I'll never forget this until the day I die. When I was in jail, there was this. I was going to a visit. I just got there. It was a couple weeks in, and there's this black woman. You know, who's the guard who guards like the visit center. She's like administrating it, and she was like, as I go to my visit, she goes, Scrally, come here. I was like, oh, fuck. I walk over. I was like, yes? She's like, listen. I'm doing my best sassy black woman impression. She's like, listen. I heard about what you did. And I was like, yeah. She sort of had like a Megan Thee Stallion type of look and voice. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, get your money. This ain't no communist country. I support you. Now have a good visit. And I was like, yes, queen. And it was really funny because, again, you know, there's a lot of people out there. This is New York, the city of dreams. The city where an immigrant's son or daughter can, you know, become a billionaire or anything like that. Whatever their dreams are, it doesn't have to be about money. You could become the best chef in the world. You can become the best violinist at Carnegie Hall, right? This is New York where anything can happen. Even somebody from the Marcy Projects can become a billionaire rapper entrepreneur. And so anyway, or a Long Island, you know, kid can end up owning the Mets. You know, there's that we want to preserve. Then we have to sort of kick out people like AOC. We have to kick out people like Elizabeth Warren, who, you know, quite frankly, are our enemies. You know, and I hate to put it in that kind of, you know, light, but these people would gladly, if they could, arrest every billionaire, arrest every prominent person, put them in prison, unless they conform to the ideals and the interests that others, that they believe that we should have. For example, I talked about the trans shooter a second ago, but there are endless examples. Like, for example, regulation. They want to regulate everything. There's nothing that shouldn't be under government purview, including AI, which is a brand new technology that people are already talking about. You know, AI should be done. AOC should just not be reelected. That, in my opinion, you know, that's you know, she's not the right you know, person to represent the most dynamic city in the world, New York. Yeah, New Homestead would be cool. The folks at Praxis are trying to set up a new utopian city. I do think AI will eventually be a political leader, probably around 2050 or 2060. I think a major Western country will be run by an artificial intelligence. Speaking of which, my artificial intelligence program, I call BookGen, is writing a book. It's called I wrote this program to sort of think about the way a writer would write a book, and it's writing it. The book, it came up with all of this by itself. The book is called Beyond the Veil, and it's about ghosts, I guess, and paranormal stuff. And so it has this full outline, characters, all this stuff, and now it wrote 10 chapter summaries, and now it's writing the pages. So it's on page, it just finished page 1. And this is where I had a bug last time, so I'm hoping that it'll go through all 200 pages without failing this time. So it'd be really neat. Yeah, I think politicians won't let AI replace them. I'm working on a doctor. My major secret project I can tell you guys about because it's coming out in a couple of days, maybe as soon as a couple of days. I'm not sure it's the exact day. Is an AI doctor, and I think that doctors have for a long time. If anybody knows about medical costs and high prices of healthcare, it's me. Doctors have been the major cost of healthcare since the beginning, and I think it's time that we break the back of the cabal that is the American Medical Association. I don't have any problem with any individual doctor. I have many friends who are physicians. I always wanted to be a physician. Growing up, it was my dream. But I think that we spend too much on healthcare in this country, and the technological advances that we have will drop the price of healthcare just like it's dropped the price of compute, storage, communications, genome sequencing. All of those things have dropped, not 90%, not 99%, but like 6, 7, 8 logs. You can't even describe the amount of nines easily. So the amount of compute has dropped, the cost of compute has dropped 10 logs. And that doesn't mean that we stop spending on compute. We spend even more on compute. So you can make a program that does a good chunk of the doctor's job, and I don't think you could stop it. I don't think you could regulate it. I think that, it's going to be better in some cases than some physicians. And, doctors won't go away. We'll just have more time with doctors. We'll just have more interaction with them. Instead of waiting for, 2 hours in a waiting room, maybe you'll wait for 1 minute. Instead of having 30 seconds to talk to the doctor, maybe you'll be able to sit there for 5 minutes because AI's taken some of the hard job away from it. So I think that AI works with society, works with the current framework we have. It doesn't just replace, it sort of replaces and provides ways to augment. So I think that whether it's a second opinion or whatever, we'll see. So it looks like we do have page 2 here. So this is going to run 200 pages. I'm going to put this repo publicly. I'd like it to finish, maybe I'll finish a book and I'll say, announcing BookGen, here's the first book. And I'll put it out like as a PDF or something like that. So anyway, I don't love talking about politics. I know you guys like to hear it. I like talking about technology. I like talking about work, programming, stuff like that. Anything interesting going on in the markets? What a dog that GameStop stock is. I'm about making money. Doge. Where's my Doge? I have to program this so it takes 4 decimal places. I'm not sad I missed the GameStop fiasco. Don't assume I missed it. I like Antilia. Yeah, I do think our country's going down the tubes, so to speak. Every great empire has to fall. You know, arresting the president starts to be a good sign of that, especially for minor, quote unquote, minor crime, class E felony. Stop it. You know, that's just beyond the pale. Yeah, I see banks are dropping. All right, it's on page 3. Sweet. If you when you read the book, you'll see that the cadence is not great, and I'm going to be able to add quite a bit more context. I couldn't be Sellies with Trump because I'm a federal criminal and he's a state criminal. I can't believe I can say that with a straight face, right? Where two people have done fucking nothing wrong. It is what it is. That's the world we live in. Shall we get back to Royalty Pharma? RPRX? Yeah, I think Antilia is a great stock. That's the one stock that I like. If I had to pick one stock to buy, this is the stock. It's a biotech company that has basically cured 2 different diseases already, and using CRISPR. You've probably heard about CRISPR, but Antilia is the one company that's actually doing CRISPR right. So I might write a book someday. Who knows? I doubt it though. I'm too busy learning and doing things. Writing a book is like an exercise in, self indulgence and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, stocks go down, downtrend. I remember when I was in Avexis and it wasn't going great, and then finally they got bought out for 2x the price, so, you can't predict every trend in the stock market. If you could, you'd be, that'd be amazing. Nobody can do that. What's trontinemab? I've never heard of that. Tulmimetostat, zavagetpant. Let's look up trontinemab. Oh, okay. This is just the transferrin A beta antibody. Hey Rams, thank you so much for following. Make sure you subscribe, follow, do all that. I haven't looked at Nokia in a while. I remember looking at Nokia many, many years ago. All right, what page are we on? I don't even know. It used to tell you what page you were on. Down here, it tells you. I gotta adjust that. Ooh, I think I have an error here. It's not gonna save or append. Ooh, shoot. Toss all this stuff in here. Is this oh man, I wonder if this is passing the test correctly. Shoot. Doesn't look like it. Maybe the while should be before the try. Yeah, I definitely will read it to see if it's any good. But I think it's stuck because I'm not seeing the new. Oh, this is supposed to go after the end of the chapter. But let me see if I can do it like this. Chapter 1, page. Okay. I'm gonna terminate this program real quick. Unfortunately, trying to get it perfect. Trying to get this logic down. This is a bit tricky. J will start at 0, so J can't be 0 here. I could actually make it even easier. If J is more than 1, that'll be the amendment. If J is 1, that'll be the amendment. So when J is 0, it's the first page. I benched the bar, so 40 pounds. This should be J minus 1, right? Because we're looking at element J. But I could have sworn I tested this, so I feel... Sorry. I was joking with my CTO that the single equals comes from BASIC, where assignment and eval is both single equals in BASIC, and I spent my whole childhood writing BASIC, so that habit dies pretty hard. Thank you so much, everyone, for mentioning that. Dan and Finks, appreciate it. That's where that comes from. You know, I was, between the age of 6 and 15, I was used to single equals, so. I'm glad you tried to price gouge on insulin. My diabetic friend growing up used his excuse for everything, and somebody needed to stick it to him. Insulin prices have actually gone down over the last 10 years. It wasn't me. Thanks, Rams. QBasic. That's why I named my cat Nibbles. QBasic. Recombinant insulin is not a scam. Novo Nordisk made money in insulin. Now they're making GLPs, making the world skinny again. I need some of that GLP. I don't know if oil's going up or down. I remember I recommended that Soulja Boy buy oil like 5 years ago when oil was like $20 or $30 or $40, like 7 years ago. It was really funny. He was like, Skrelly made a lot of money in the rap game. What do I invest in? Man, Justin Sun paid Soulja Boy 10 grand to pump Tron. Shouldn't this be J minus 2? Why am I so confused? Yeah, I don't see how this will get the full text. Let's see how we push to the full text. This is such a pain. State.fullText push. So we're just pushing each individual page. So page 1 will go in element 0, page 2 will go in element 1, etc., etc., etc. So I starts off at 0. feel like I need more coffee. So shouldn't it be just I star 20 if it's 20 pages, right? Per I star 20 plus j minus 1. So if we're in chapter 0, multiply by 20, then add j. J is 1. That'll get you page 1. And you want page 1 if you're on page 2. If you're on page 3 and pages 1 and 2 have been done, I will still be 0. J doesn't matter because that'll end up being 0. But j will be 1. I'm sorry, j will be 2. So when you get element 2, that's too much. You need element j minus 2 and j minus 1. Wait a sec. Right. Okay. I think. Yes. Okay, in chapter 2, I will be 1. So everything's the same except it's 20. Okay, this should work. Yeah, this is a book generation application. The new genre is tragedy, so it's going to write a book in the tragedy genre. I don't know if it'll be Shakespeare, but we'll see. So let's get back to RPRX for a second, and we'll get back to AI afterwards. I wonder what that Merck schizophrenia drug is. Let's take a look. MK8189. PDE10, okay. Yeah, good luck, Parth. That'd be a big job. Mismatched negativity peak amplitude. What? This is a surrogate marker for schizophrenia, maybe? So they did a head-to-head here against risperidol. Here's the PANSS score. They all came in pretty crazy. No offense to the schizophrenics. Let's see how the results looked. Whoa. Okay, so it's not as good as risperidone, but... And that's that's not that low of a dose. That's like a medium dose of risperidone, right? Placebo, it seems better than placebo. That's a big deal. A new schizophrenia drug, if you combined it with the atypicals, that would be a really, really good product. Really safe, less discontinuations than placebo. So that's really big. How exciting. New Merck schizophrenia drug. Really promising. Let's take a look at BookGen. How's it going? A Symphony of Sorrow. That's the name of this book. Sounds kind of trite. Cadenza, a sprawling metropolis. It's always a sprawling metropolis. Corentin Blanche, a talented yet tortured violinist. Arabella Morel, a kind-hearted and resourceful nurse. Dominic Cross, cold, calculating businessman. The businessman's always the bad guy. Elora Blanche, Corentin's younger sister, suffers from a rare neurodegenerative illness or degenerative illness. Oh, it's decided to be 400 pages when I told it's a 200-page book. Thank you very much. Stupid GPT. Italy wants to make sure that they have no economy. He not know ho? What is this? Oh, Easy H2. Zesty homolog 2 inhibitor. $75 employees. The manager has 75 employees. It's a weird thing. There's a management agreement. It's kind of a bizarre business, Royalty Pharma. Yeah, I agree with you, Bartek. But you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. No, I don't think I'd take finasteride. Ask your doctor today. Thanks, Master AJ. So half the company's receipts come from two products, the Vertex products and AbbVie. AbbVie's Imbruvica. So Imbruvica's kind of a dog now, so that'll probably decline. The Vertex products, I think, have peaked, so the growth outlook isn't so great for Royalty Pharma. And you can see they were flat last year. But the income statement's a little bizarre, so let's take a closer look. This is quite a bit of an accounting difficulty. The actual royalty receipts are not their royalty revenue. And they have this weird provision. Quite a lot of G&A. That seems like quite a lot. 200 million. But this doesn't reflect cash flow. Do they not pay taxes? The book keeps expanding. Ooh, they had a Tazverik royalty. I wonder if they sold that or... What'd they do? Okay, so this is a decline in expected cash flows. I see. A lot of their business is just like, a lot of the income statement is basically just like irrelevant for this company, just because of the way the accounting rules work. Okay, so here's more like a common sense kind of. So there's two income statements here. Cool. The legacy distribution is actually still pretty significant. It's declining, obviously, but... Oops. So they took in $2.8 billion of cash, basically. It's kind of a way to think of their revenue. And then they had a couple $100 million of expenses, so EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA of $2 billion, $2.5 billion, we'll probably be around $2 billion this year. So it's like 10 times earnings. I don't know how to think about this. Depends on the life of these royalties. Well, we can model it out, right? What's up, Lisa? We are generating a book called A Symphony of Sorrow. So we're using ChatGPT and we're using a program I wrote to kind of guide the ChatGPT to generate this book. So it's going to write a 200-page book, which I hope will be one of the first long-form AI books. Last night crashed at like 1 a.m., but we're back at it, right? It's complicated. But this is the program I'm comfortable running, I'll put it that way. We'll get there, we'll get there. There's no rush, right? Yeah, everything's good. Here's the cash flow statement. These are so squirrely. I use the Philco keyboard. Here's the balance sheet. This at least should be easy to understand. I wonder if book value is a reasonable way to value this company. They're obviously making good investments and it's worth more than book, but that's kind of a concept that's really interesting. I'm not into cars, I don't drive. I don't even have a driver's license. $16.8 billion balance sheet. I think I made a typo somewhere in here. Not that important, but here it is, 691. Great. All right, let's look at the liabilities. What's up, Felix? Yeah, I don't have a number pad. It's pretty frustrating. I have a mechanical keyboard without a number pad and a non-mechanical keyboard with. So I have like 5 keyboards in here. None of them are perfect. But this is fast enough. What am I missing here? There we go. Still doing something wrong. There we go. All right, so $7 billion in debt, $2 billion in cash. Roughly the same financial picture as last quarter. It's interesting they don't pay taxes. I can imagine that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the royalty company probably would view taxes as your major expense, so find a way to not pay them. Still a little odd. It's interesting they've been deploying less capital. That's not a good leading indicator for them. I think in this business you want to be deploying as much capital as possible. we're looking at Royalty Pharma RPRX. So it's kind of a bizarre company, obviously. It's very one of a kind type of business. We have to sort of forecast their long-term royalties. That's not easy. I know Tysabri is supposed to have a generic at some point. We have to look at the cystic fibrosis product line and sort of think about that. Promacta is a pill, so we can tell when Promacta goes generic. FDA's Orange Book does that. Very important website. It doesn't seem to be working, but it's still a very important website. There we go. This is Eltrombopag. It was approved in 2009, so it's probably going to be generic really soon. Some of the patents are already expiring. Yeah, this patent's expired. It's not good. Oh, that's a Novartis patent. Let's look at this one. It's another Novartis patent. Did Novartis invent Eltrombopag? I didn't think so. I thought it was Ligand. White bagging? No, I've never heard of white bagging. It must have been Novartis. Might have been Ligand for Novartis or something like that. I don't know. It certainly looks like it was Novartis. Eltrombopag. Thoughts on insider trading? Well, it's a crime. I don't know what other thoughts you could have. Orphan drug exclusivity in 2025? I don't think that applies to the whole product. When will Eltrombopag go generic? Let's see. Ricin. Here it is. Aminoethanol. Biphenyl carboxylic acid. There's the biphenyl carboxylic acid piece. That's the 2-aminoethanol. I guess acting as a salt or an acid. Maybe both. Acting as a buffer. 2-hydroxy 3-biphenyl carboxylic acid. The rest of it, you have dimethylphenyl. That's that group here. The pyrazole group here with some substitutions. So when will this bad boy go generic? Let me look again at this patent. The first patent. Tipo Mimetics. I remember when Tipo came out. This looks like this molecule, right? 3,4-dimethyl, 3-methyl, 5-oxo, 1,5-dihydropyrazole, 2-hydroxy, 3-biphenyl carboxylic acid. That's it. And this patent has expired, ladies and gentlemen. So what we could do is we could look for the ANDA. Let's see, L-trombopag ANDA. We'll see how that lawsuit is progressing. Or paragraph 4. Let's look for paragraph 4. Okay, there's an ANDA from Actavis. Paragraph 4 list. Where to list at? Where to list at, though? I need the list. Okay. Oh, this has been out. This has been on paragraph 4 for a while. Only one ANDA submitted? That's it? That don't make no goddamn sense. Don't make no goddamn sense, man. This is a massive drug. Isn't it like a $2 billion, $3 billion drug? Okay, there's a bunch of ANDAs there. There's Teva's. Got tentative approval there. So there's Teva, Hetero, and Actavis. I'm assuming there's a lawsuit. Antilia will be fine. Have some patience. Patience, my son. This is very easy to make. You can make this in 2 or 3 steps. You make some couple kilos of that white powder. You know what I mean? Practically insoluble. Jesse, let's cook. Jesse. Oh, this is the wrong patent. Psych. There is a settlement. 2028? Hell no. They don't know. They don't know. Well, I can't look into this too carefully, but I would say this drug will be gone by 2025. And usually when the drug goes generic, I don't think you get any royalties anymore, right? Maybe it depends on the country, I don't know. Tremfya is an antibody, so Tremfya will be around a minute. But the royalty looks very skinny. Looks like, well, not that bad. 3, 4, 5%. Let's see. 3.6%. So I divide this by 3.6. You get a sense for Tremfya's potential. I think it can hit 6 or 7 billion at peak, and then it'll probably decline from there. Go off into the sunset. Trilogy. That's a weird one. Januvia we can model pretty easily. That's just going to go off into the sunset. That's generic, basically. Way faster than that, actually. Cabometyx is going generic soon, too. Previmist just got approval. Trodelvy just got approval. Some of these are pretty young, but they're small. Other products we can also kind of model as a slow decline. The biggest one, though, is probably like Tysabri. We have to look at the terms. I don't know the exact ANDA rules. I wish I did. But yeah, I think some companies do that to get that, lock in that 180 day. So Tysabri, when a biosimilar hits, I don't think they'll get. Oh. K is not defined. K is not defined. Oh, bastard. Oh. K. Ooh. That's okay. Is that okay? It might not be okay. Let's see. Oh, it's J, not K. Oh my god, my typos, man. Is it still gonna write the book, though? Looks like it. Oh no, tragedy. A hush fell over the grand auditorium of the Cadenza Academy of Music and Arts, its velvet curtains parting like the doors of destiny to reveal Corentin Blanche. This is so cool. Is Copilot down? Okay, so I think this will still work. Yeah, the problem is their deployment, right? The number of their acquisitions of royalties have dropped about 20%. They were flat, then they dropped a significant amount in 2022. So I don't know what the heck they're doing there. But I do need to model their base business so I know how far that gap is between. Alright, Imbruvica is sort of another dog. Imbruvica's dropping, and then Imbruvica will go generic too. Xtandy is a great product, but I don't know how much more it's going to grow, and it'll also go generic at some point. Let me put like a placeholder at 2030 for generic. I don't know, quite frankly, when it does go generic, but we can look that up in a minute. I'm just being very lazy. The biggest thing is the cystic fibrosis franchise, and that's going to be pretty healthy, I think, for a while. If a gene therapy comes out, that would be a little bit devastating. But they will, some of those drugs will go generic, and just for purposes of modeling, will end them at 2035. So if I look at their royalty receipts left, I can discount that at a really, really low. Buffett does a lot of it on pen and paper with calculator. So, you know, HP12C, I keep it on me. Shit, I don't know where my 12C is at. Somebody gets a hold of my 12C, there could be problems. Give me 1 minute. I don't want to leave it around with the kitty. I ain't supposed to leave this around without any security, you know, I gotta put it in a safe or something. That thing. Remember my Uncle Nick showed me my first 12C. He had it in his crib. My Aja, that means uncle in Albanian. I learned RPN from an early age. You know, a lot of kids in the hood, they see their first crack vial, they see their first crack pipe when they're 5 or 6. So my first 12C. I picked that up, I was like, this small. It's as big as this, it's almost as big as Nibbles over here, right? And he said, whoa, son, you don't know how to use that thing. Let me show you. You gotta respect your 12C. You respect it, it respects you. Right, kitty? Where's my baby? Can't leave this around you, kitty. It's dangerous. You might diversify somebody's bonds. Diversify bonds? You don't know nothing about no bonds. You're just a baby. He showed me that thing. You know, runs in the family. Let's get you some treats, kitty. You're being a little feisty. You're being a little feisty. You forget who's in charge over here. You're being too feisty. Yeah, you want some treats, I can tell. Wu-Tang Financial. The people want Kitty Cam. Kitty Cam 2000. That's my coffee, kitty. Get out of there. Come on, kitty. Yeah, we got some treats. Yeah, buddy. Well, yeah, it's gonna be great. They're gonna be so tasty and crunchy. You gotta give me a little love first. Just make with the treats, buddy. Okay. I gave you some treats. I left it on an old copy of Nature. That's okay, Karen. Come on, kitty. Over here. No, over here, you stupid kitty. There you go. There you go. Let's get the kitty cam. Aren't those tasty? We're zoomed in close. We've got a very ugly kitty here named Nibbles. She likes to nibble. She lost her tooth nibbling too much. You're just a nibbler. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Your pelt? Oh, she got a pelt. It's her fur coat. That's her beautiful fur coat. That's right. It's a beautiful fur coat. You got a couple treats left, and then you're gonna leave me alone and be a good kitty. They're supposed to fall out, kitty. You can stop biting me, stupid kitty. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, outcrowd 23. You're absolutely right. Stack that paper up. I want you to double that. Double up. You're not even going to double up in real estate. Unless you really know real estate, you could double up in real estate. But anyway, double that shit up. For real. He right. Outcrowd right. How though? Well, number 1 rule, don't lose the money. Number 2 rule, don't forget rule number 1. Right, kitty? Right, kitty? We don't lose the treats. We don't lose them. Who's my little baby? You're my little baby. I love you. I love you. Scoop boo 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 boo. I love you. Nibbles my buddy. You're my little sidekick. I love you. She doesn't like being held too much. I love you. You're my little sidekick. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yes, I do. Yeah, she stopped sneezing. She don't have a cold no more. All right. Let's get serious here. It does look like it's writing the book, so it's not outputting the page numbers correctly, but we've got page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, Mikhail, thank you for following. All right, RP. Guess this one's going generic pretty soon too. Parkseja can't have too much long left in it either. Arisdi though just started. Although I think Arisdi has peaked already, which is weird. Trodelvi may grow for some time. And Galladay is dog. Oxlumo's whatever. These are kind of back of the envelope numbers. So what's the long-term discount rate for a close to riskless asset? Let's try a couple different ones. Let's just... There's nothing, no computational cost, unlike the 12C. We don't have any limit on what we could necessarily discount by, so we could discount by all of these. That's interesting. Call it 22 billion. Yeah, I agree, Sea Tanker. I wouldn't play with FRC, that sounds like a mistake. So 22 billion from that stuff. I'm not sure I'm modeling it all correctly, by the way. But the enterprise value is 26. So you're getting 4 from this pipeline. Not sure which of these is going to get you that 4. Maybe it's the MK drug. Some of those cardiovascular drugs don't look so great. We know trontinemab's probably not going to work. Yeah, so the pipeline doesn't look so great. It kind of looks fairly valued. I mean, if they can find more deals, I am legally allowed to trade stocks, yes. WACC as a rate of return is I don't know, that's a very, the whole point to me of WACC is the idea that you have to grade management's future returns, right? And that's hard, because if you knew what somebody's future returns were, like for a hedge fund or something like that, that'd be really great to know, but it's impossible to know. You can look at track record, but that doesn't tell you a lot either. So you have to assess management in real time, right? And think, okay, this is, what just went wrong here? OpenAI is farting at me. Why am I appending to the story twice? I don't want to do that. Oh, I see. All right, this code is almost perfect. So, yeah, there's a number of issues with the book. It will reintroduce characters over and over again. Let me see if I can make it even a little better. Should I restart again? Let's see if it makes sense. Let's read the story that it wrote. A hush fell over the grand auditorium of the Cadenza Academy of the Music of Arts, its velvet curtains parting like the doors of destiny to reveal Currentin Blanche. His slender fingers as pale as the ivory keys of a piano danced elegantly over the strings of his violin. The instrument sang, it cried, it whispered of lost souls and broken dreams, painting the bittersweet tale of Corentin's own haunted heart. Amazing, huh? The students and faculty listened with rapt attention, their breaths held in awed silence as the melancholic notes filled the room like an omnipresent specter. Corentin's long obsidian hair fell in wild waves around his porcelain face, his dark eyes glistening with the pain etched onto every pluck of the strings. His music was like a forbidden symphony, spun from the darkest recesses of his memories, a soulful expression of the shadows that clung to his fragile form. As the last note resonated through the air, the audience erupted in a chorus of thunderous applause, threatening to drown out the echoes of his somber serenade. Corentin's gaze remained fixated on the instrument that had become an extension of his being, his heart, and the ghosts it bore. With a heavy sigh, he glanced up at the sea of beaming faces, but felt an unbearable weight settling upon him. It was a burden he could no longer bear. He turned and fled from the adulation he believed he did not deserve, seeking solace in the lush sanctuary of the Academy's garden. Strolling through the fragrant, verdant haven, Corentin discovered Ilara seated beneath an ancient weeping willow, its drooping boughs sheltering her as softly as a mother's embrace. Her fragile beauty belied the violent tempest brewing within her frail body, the illness that made her heart race and her breaths come in shallow gasps. Ilara, Corentin whispered, his voice trembling like the delicate petals of the gardenias that framed her face. You should be resting. I could not bear another moment trapped within those cold walls, dear brother, Ilara replied, her voice weak yet determined. The garden's beauty called to me, as if beckoning for my muse. Corentin sighed, settled down beside his sister, knowing all too well the stubbornness that defined their family. They sat in the quiet embrace of the flora, reminiscing about their carefree days spent exploring Blanche Manor's shadowy corridors, alluding to the family curse that had cast its pall over generations of their bloodline. Ilara's eyes, as gray as stormy skies, sparkled with the dreams she held dear, her ambition to capture the very essence of Cadenza within her art, a tribute to the gilded city of their birth. Arabella Morel, the young nurse with the voice of an angel, wandered through the Cadenza's dimly lit streets. So this is, I guess, a different a pretty different turn in the plot. And then it sort of goes back to him playing yet again. And then he sees his sister again, and they kind of, like I said, the plot kind of restarts. It's like amnesia. We're getting there, though. Not reading this book without pictures, okay? Some people still like literature. I think the future of literature is just cap, no cap. I should summarize each page. I think that's a good idea. Maybe for the next module or edition. Yeah, Stable Diffusion. DALL-E. Not sure there should be a picture on every page. But some people like to read, you know. That's the whole point of a book. You make the pictures in your mind. You can see that he keeps playing. So bizarre. He keeps playing and running to... Yeah, this isn't going to work. I need to do set page summaries. This really won't work. Damn it. It's alright, it's alright. Yeah, Robert Barons, let's go. Let's see. There's a Godel invite list. Well, the market's kind of gone to shit, huh? Yeah, let me give you guys the beta application. I pasted it a lot earlier. I should still have it here somewhere in Twitch. I am on GPT-4. I know somebody asked that a while back. All right, here's the Godel beta application link. All right, let me see here. So, how many pages can I stuff in the context window of 8,000 tokens? So it's about 600 tokens a page. I could probably provide several pages. Hume might be open source someday, but I don't know. Probably not. It's pretty simple to make. I've shown all the code, so it's open source in that way. I did use the Google Links form shortener, or Google Forms link shortener. I don't know how to make it a stream overlay. I'm not sure what that means. I think I have to write a little function here. This works. I'm definitely going to pay to use the 32K token model. Alright, should we get started? I know it's still writing, but it's such a bad book. I think I need to make sure that, he keeps finding his sister in the same place. I don't think this is gonna work. Let's try another one. Oops. Alright, I'm gonna add this to our GitHub. All the fixes. Package lock.json, it should not, I should not, should I put that in the ignore? All right, let's write another book. Tragedy again? I never leaked the environment file. All right, I wanted to recycle a new API key anyway. All right. All right. All right, give me a bestseller. Play a little chess in the meantime. Let's go, we gotta win. Rating has been slipping. Unacceptable. Sometimes my girlfriend joins me in here and hangs out. I don't know. You go in somebody's apartment or living room, they have like 5 couches. Why? In case you have guests, right? Well, my guests like to party. We program together. We do LAN parties, hackathons. Nibbles has a chair. Nibbles. Need this Claritin. Nibbles got her own chair. What? Yes, Nibbles does. Alright, this book is called When Shadows Fall. God damn. Okay, smart move, but a little passive. Should have played queen. I'm not sure what I should have played. Maybe I'll play queen c2. Man, I have bad asthma. Okay, what's he doing? Bishop c5. He's kind of screwed. kind of a jerk move, but queen d5 is actually kind of fun. I don't know, maybe not. Oh, hey. It's a book. I should play bishop g5. Fuck. I need an albuterol inhaler. I don't know what percentile I'm in chess. Not very high, probably. I don't like bullet. I mean, it's fun. The most aggressive move. I love it. Let's see. What is that going to accomplish? He's attacking my queen, that's for sure. I feel like queen e4 is pretty strong. Why don't I just take it? Takes a lot of pressure off this way. I actually should take with the g-pawn. That'd be really trolly. I really should, though, because his development is so far behind. Oh, man, do I dare do it? And just stomp him with the rook? No, I'm not that crazy. What is this bullshit? You gotta be kidding me, right? Come on, dogs. Come on, dog. What are you trying to pull? I don't know if there's a queen trap, but... Oh, he was attacking my bishop on c4. I see. I see. I didn't even notice that. I'm such a scrub. Knight e4, followed by g5. I don't want any hints, one. g5. Not sure. Oh, bishop g5, got it. Oh, that's a nice move. That would have been nice. Oh well. Let's see. Can I live with... I think I can live with this queen on h3, as funny as that is. Especially when I'm getting all this in return. I'm out of time. I should stop chatting with you guys. Get Shkreli blitz mode. Come on, you know you want to take it. He kind of has to take it, right? Or I guess he can go to queen h6. Now he's kind of pinned. I really got to fucking move. $18 seconds. Can't really do shit. He's in a tough spot. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? $10 seconds. 10 seconds, Mr. Shkreli. King g2, rooks come down, GG! None of his pieces can move, this is awesome. It's like 5-on-1, 5-on-2. He doesn't know what to do. He shook. Oh shit, he shook! Oh, what? What? 7.5 seconds to 36 seconds. Let's go! Shit. Oh, he's so fucked. Discovered attack coming. Pick a safe square, buddy. Check. Oh shit, fuck. Oh shit. Forgot about Dre. What? Yes! Yeah, that's right, Ruben. Thank you for asking. This is called BookGen. I'll link to GitHub so you can look at the code yourself. Make sure you star and follow the repo. It means a lot to me, honestly. That's the one thing I'll beg you for. I don't really care about subscriptions, but star that repo. Let's start a fire, yeah. I don't know King Cobra now. So make sure you star that repo, fork it, watch it, all that stuff. Andy C, thank you for looking at that. Hustle GBT. Can we just give you money and you invest it? I don't think so. Maybe one day. I'm not sure I want to be in that business. get my cell phone. I have to do some important things. That was a fun win, though.
What's up, my kitty? I love you, yes I do. I love you, kitty cat. You're my friend, yes you are. That's why I love you, poo poo poo. You're so furry, you're so sweet. I love you, meep meep meep. Oh, you want treats? Oh, you want some treats? Oh, you're just chilling. Oh, you're just chilling. Oh, you're just chilling. Oh, you're just chilling. I see you're just chilling. Give you a little massage, kitty. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. Love you. Renatra. Meow, how are you? This is Nibbles program. Skrelly is back. Eyak, I'm back. I'm gonna write the Eyak rap. What do I do for work now? I'm a software entrepreneur, developer, executive, I don't know. Nice, you're furry and you're so beautiful. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're so furry. I love you. Yes, my love, love, love. Yes, my love, love, love. Yes, yes, yes. She's so happy when I was scratching her right there. You guys couldn't see it, but she likes the forehead, the chin, and you come around to get the cheeks like this, like so. No ankle bracelet. Oh, yes. Y-E-R-S. Oh, yes. Just like that, yes. Chassie likes it too. All cats like it. I don't know why they love their face getting scratched and rubbed. Chinny rub, rub. I don't think programmers are gonna be an extinct job anytime soon. Soft kitty, good kitty, nice kitty. Yes, she loves it, because she loves her papa. That's right. Loves her papa, yes. Good kitty. She says, why are you stopping? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mama. Developers. Right, Kitty? Woo! Who said stop? Scratch their chin. Look at this little mooch. You're a little mooch. And you got a little coffee color too. I see that. See this, like a brown orange little coffee. You're a little devil. That's what my mom said the other day. She said, you're a drechy. You're a drechy. But look, you're a little angel. You're a little angel until you become the drechy. This is Nibbles. Nibbles a baby. Nibbles a little baby. Look at this. Such a beast. Baby beast. Yes, she is. Oh, I stretch for you. Oh. Yeah, that's good. Good stretchy stretch. Earth Nibbles. Are you awake? Oof. Too much love right here. I absolutely agree, Anthony. I wish I could dedicate my life to Millennium Prize problems. That's very much my speed. I can spend years on the same problem. But alas, I'm not smart enough. But no, I know a little abstract algebra, graph theory, number theory, topics in those areas, but nothing too exciting. No like algebraic topology or anything like that.
in my understanding of those areas, is relatively. Yeah, patent law in the U.S. You could make some moves. Finance 2.0, yeah, let's go. I will be a father soon, don't worry. Nibbles. Nibbles the baby. She just wants to sleep right next to me. That's all she's going to do. We'll stay on Nibbles Cam, bringing you all Nibbles news live from New York City. Nibble Cam 2000. I don't think patent law is oppressive, no. What is this thing doing? You guys see this? Is it maybe just not outputting it? This is bizarre. Undefined? What? Undefined? I don't do undefined. Why can't this thing just work? Oh, don't lick me, kitty. I don't need that. You stupid kitty. You stupid kitty. Oh, the wild should be outside of the try. Uh-oh. The heck is that? Am I playing chess all of a sudden? Oh, this guy wants to play. I'll play in a second, just make it fix up this code. Try loop. Try's done. Catch. Catch is done. While's done. Okay. Let's give it another shot. Superhero novel. Give it a shot. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, no RPRX right now. We did a little bit of analysis there, but let's go with I swear, kitty, you kick me, you scratch me, we'll make kitty stew out of you. Alright? Kitty stew. Antilia is great, stocks can't go up all the time. Market's kind of shitty, biotech's kind of shitty. It's the best biotech stock. Oh, somebody wanted to play, now they don't want to play. Well, thanks for nothing. She's like very, don't touch me. Okay, mama. Okay, mama, I'm sorry. Okay, you want to go sleepy? Do you want to play? Or you want to sleep? Or what do you want to do? What do you want to do, little mama? The choice is yours. AMC down 25%. Ooh. We got a couple choices to play. I want to analyze this as well, so I don't want to lose this game. Let me quickly get my chess folder out and write down some moves, and then we'll get back to this later. Where's my chess? We got the Goring Gambit, d4, e takes, c3, d takes, bishop c4, knight f6. Either knight takes or castle is good. I castled. Bishop e7. Best move is e5. I avoided e5 for some reason. Played knight takes c3. He castled. Bishop f4 is actually really good here, but I played e5 and he played knight e8. Really wild there. Maybe not the best move. What I played then? 9 was h3. That was probably a bad move. Okay. Let's pick one of these. Let's start with this guy. Little bullet game. Hey. Zugzwang. This guy moves fast. I got that Zugzwang. Ew. Oops. I fucked up. Uh-oh. Problem. I think I had me eating too, dog. Escape, escape, escape. Escape, escape. Escape from Tarkov. The fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Oh yeah. I'm using a Philco keyboard. Douglas Hofstadter. Guy was so wrong about so many things. There was no prompt for the novel. It's the only thing we give it is a genre. So You guys want to see me eat?
Having you ask yourselves this question of, why are all of you here? First of all, why do you care about this topic in the first place? Now,
This is a Philco.
I think to answer this question, we have to take a step back and think about, the history of machine learning and what machine learning is and what deep learning brings to the table on top of machine learning. Now, traditional machine learning algorithms typically define what are called these set of features in the data. You can think of these as certain patterns.
Features?
And then usually these features are hand engineered. So
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What is a feature? Features, priors, also confusing. Quality or characteristics, like qualia. Oh, you got questions, huh? You were fed? Hey, yo, you were fed, homie? We block feds around here.
probably a human will come into the data set and with a lot of domain knowledge and experience can try to uncover what these features might be. Now the key idea of deep learning, and this is really central to this class, is that instead of having a human define these features, what if we could have a machine look at all of this data and actually try to extract and uncover what are the core patterns in the data so that it can use those when it sees new data to make some decisions. So for example, if we wanted to detect faces in an image, a deep neural network algorithm might actually learn that in order to detect a face, it first has to detect things like edges in the image, lines and edges. And when you combine those lines and edges, you can actually create compositions of features like corners and curves, which when you create those, when you combine those, you can create more high-level features, for example, eyes and noses and ears. And then those are the features that allow you to ultimately detect what you care about detecting, which is the face. But all of these come from what are called kind of a hierarchical learning of features. And you can actually see some examples of these. These are real features learned by a neural network and how they're combined.
The Zenith paradox.
Progression of information. But in fact, what I just described, this underlying and fundamental building block of neural networks and deep learning, have actually existed for decades. Now, why are we studying all of this now and today in this class with all this great enthusiasm to learn this, right? Well, for one, there have been several key advances that have occurred in the past decade. Number one is that data is so much more pervasive than it has ever been before in our lifetimes. These models are hungry for more data, and we're living in the age of big data. More data is available to these models than ever before, and they thrive off of that. Secondly, these algorithms are massively parallelizable. They require a lot of compute, and we're also at a unique
What happened to SJR? Give Nibbles treats? No way. Oh, Nibbles sleeping on her favorite chair. What a little baby. Oh yeah, I see you, Nibbles. She just sees me out of the corner of my eye.
Time in history where we have the ability to train these extremely large-scale algorithms.
Stochastic gradient descent, 1952. Wow. The perceptron, 1958.
And techniques that have existed for a very long time, but we can now train them due to the hardware
Back propagation? Damn.
advances that have been made. And finally, due to open source toolboxes and software platforms like TensorFlow, for example, which all of you will get a lot of experience on in this class, training and building the code for these neural networks has never been easier. So from the software point of view as well, there have been incredible advances to open source, the underlying fundamentals.
Yeah, Joshua, it's not that easy.
So let me start now with just building up from the ground up the fundamental building block of every single neural network that you're going to learn in this class. And that's going to be just a single neuron, right? And in neural network language, a single neuron is called a perceptron. So what is a perceptron? A perceptron is, like I said, a single neuron. And it's actually, I'm going to say it's a very, very simple idea. So I want to make sure that everyone in the audience understands exactly what a perceptron is and how it works. So let's start by first defining a perceptron as taking as input a set of inputs, right? So on the left-hand side, you can see this perceptron takes n different inputs, 1 to n, right? These are the blue circles. We're denoting these inputs as x's. Each of these numbers, each of these inputs, is then multiplied by a corresponding weight, which we can call w, right? So x1 will be multiplied by w1, and we'll add the result of all of these multiplications together. Now, we take that single number after the addition, and we pass it through this nonlinear, what we call a nonlinear activation function. And that produces our final output of the perceptron, which we can call y. Now, this is actually not entirely accurate of the picture of a perceptron. There's one step that I forgot to mention here. So in addition to multiplying all of these inputs with their corresponding weights, we're also now going to add what's called a bias term, here denoted as this W0, which is just a scalar weight. And you can think of it coming with an input of just 1. So that's going to allow the network to basically shift its nonlinear activation function non-linearly, right? As in,
You're right, man. The MIT education sucks. You know, why listen to an MIT professor teach the most interesting new technology? We need to go on 2x.
Now, on the right-hand side, you can see this diagram mathematically formed, right? As an equation, we now rewrite this equation with linear algebra in terms of vectors and dot products, right? So for example, we can define our entire inputs, x1 to xn, as a large vector x, right? That large vector x can be multiplied by, matrix multiplied with our weights w. This again, another vector, our weights w1 to wn. Taking the dot product, not only multiply, but it also adds the resulting terms together. Adding bias, like I said, or applying this nonlinear. Now, you might be wondering what is this nonlinear function? I mentioned a few times already. Well, I said it is a function that we pass the output of the neural network before we return it to the next neuron in the pipeline. So one common example of a nonlinear function, very popular in deep neural networks, is called the sigmoid function. You can think of this as kind of a continuous version of a threshold function, right? It goes from 0 to...
Yeah, the Minsky paper. Yeah, that's MIT. What is this, MIT? I never heard of them. Never heard of it. I go to school on the internet. I don't need no MIT.
1. And it can take as input any real number on the real number line. And you can see an example of it illustrated on the bottom right hand. Now, in fact, there are many types of nonlinear activation functions that are popular in deep neural networks, and here are some common ones. And throughout this presentation, you'll actually see some examples of these code snippets on the bottom of the slides where we'll try and actually tie in some of what you're learning in the lectures to actual software and how you can implement these pieces, which will help you a lot for your software labs explicitly. So the sigmoid activation on the left is very popular since it's a function that outputs between 0 and 1. So especially when you want to deal with probability distributions, for example, this is very important because probabilities live between 0 and 1. In modern deep neural networks, though, the ReLU function, which you can see on the far right hand, is a very popular activation function because it's piecewise linear. It's extremely efficient to compute, especially when computing its derivatives, right? Derivatives are constants, except for one nonlinear, yet 0. Now, I hope actually all of you are probably asking this question to yourself of why do we even need this nonlinear activation function? It seems like it kind of just complicates this whole picture when we didn't really need it in the first place. And I want to
check the Discord, Fonte.
to just spend a moment on answering this, because the point of the nonlinear activation function is, of course, number one, is to introduce nonlinearities to our data, right? If we think about our data, almost all data that we care about, all real-world data is highly nonlinear. Now, this is important because if we want to be able to deal with those types of data sets, we need models that are also nonlinear so they can capture those same types of patterns. So imagine I told you to separate, for example, I gave you this data set, red points and green points, and I asked you to try and separate those two types of data points. Now, you might think that this is easy, but what if I told you that you could only use a single line to do so? Well, now it becomes a very complicated problem. In fact, you can't really solve it effectively with a single line. And in fact, if you introduce nonlinear activation functions to your solution, that's exactly what allows you to deal with these types of problems. Nonlinear activation functions allow you to deal with nonlinear types of data. Now, and that's what exactly makes neural networks so powerful at their core. So let's understand this maybe with a very simple example, walking through this diagram of a perceptron one more time. Imagine I give you this trained neural network with weights L naught W1, W2. I'm going to actually give you numbers at these locations, right? So the trained weights, W0 will be 1, and W will be a vector of 3 and -2. So this neural network has two inputs, like we said before. It has input x1 and it has input x2. If we want to get the output of it, this is also the main thing I want all of you to take away from this lecture today, is that to get the output of the perceptron, there are 3 steps we need to take. Right? In this stage, we first compute the multiplication of our inputs with our weights, multiply them together, add their result, and compute them nonlinearly. These 3 steps that define the forward propagation of information through a perceptron. So let's take a look at how that exactly works, right? So
Oh no!
plug in these numbers to
The heck?
those equations. We can see that
HTML.
everything inside of our nonlinearity. Here's a nonlinearity is G.
No!
That function G could be a sigmoid. We saw it in the previous slide. That component inside of our nonlinearity is in fact just a 2-dimensional line. It has 2 inputs.
What the
In
fuck?
space of all of the possible inputs that this neural network can see, we can actually plot this on a decision boundary, right? We can plot this 2-dimensional line as a decision boundary, as a plane separating these 2 components of our space. In fact, not only is it a single plane, there's a directionality component, depending on which side of the plane that we live on. If we see an input, for example here, -1, 2, we actually know that it lives on one side of the plane, and it will have a certain type of output. In this case, that output is going to be positive, right? Because in this case, when we plug those components into our equation, we'll get a positive number that passes through the nonlinear component, and that gets propagated through as well. Of course, if you're on the other side of the space, you're going to have the opposite result, right? And that thresholding function is going to essentially live at this decision boundary. So depending on which side of the space you live on, that thresholding function, that sigmoid function, is going to then control how you move to one side or the other. Now, in this...
So why, why would this return HTML? How? How can it return HTML? It's not fair. HTML? This error I got. Yeah, that does happen sometimes. That's a good point. I don't want to log the whole response, but I suppose I can. I mean, I can log, I have to log it here, right? Adam. Oh, you want me to write a try in here? How do I make it, if the response can't be made into JSON, I want it to try doing it again. I like Protex, yeah. Oh, yeah. This was working before. Well, I think the key functionality that's missing is I want to. I guess I can do the error handling somewhere else, but. uh, all right, it's going to write a fantasy book now.
This particular example, this is very convenient, right? Because we can actually visualize and I can draw this exact full space for you on this slide. It's only a two-dimensional space, so it's very...
Yeah, that's right, Ruben, but there are plenty of companies doing ProTax. Arvenus is one of the most exciting ones. And there's other C4, Chimera. What's going on with Trump? He's going to get fingerprinted, huh? FBI shootout. Big shock. Yes, actually, that has happened. See?
easy for us to visualize. But of course, for almost all problems that we care about, our data points are not going to be two-dimensional. Right? If you think about an image, the dimensionality of an image is going to be the number of pixels that you have in the image. Right? So these are going to be thousands of dimensions, millions of dimensions, or even more. And then drawing these types of plots, like you see here, is simply not feasible. Right? So we can't always do this, but hopefully this gives you some intuition to understand kind of as we build up into more complex models. So now that we have an idea of the perceptron, let's see how we can actually take this single neuron and start to build it up into something more complicated, a full neural network, and build a model from that. So let's revisit again this previous diagram of the perceptron. If, again, just to reiterate one more time, this core piece of information that I want all of you to take away from this class is how a perceptron works and how it propagates information to its decision. There are 3 steps. First is the dot product, second is the bias, and third is the non-linearity.
Okay.
And you keep repeating this process for every single perceptron in your neural network. Let's simplify the diagram a little bit. I'll get rid of the weights, and you can assume that every line here now basically has an associated weight scalar that's associated with it. Every line also has.
We got an error. Error over here. Line 36. Unexpected token. Parsing the promise. The code is on GitHub, by the way, Fonta. Give it a shot. Supernatural story, okay. Oh, this is GPT-4. We could go faster with 3.5. Oh, we should probably do 3.5. So we can test the test to make sure it works. I think that's probably a good idea. I'm just gonna override it in here. You're gonna see what turbo really means. Turbo. Oh wait, we have a problem. Look how fast it generated a response. I don't think we could do that. I got GPT-4 very quickly. Let's stick with 4. We'll just be patient. Well, 3.5 is a token limit of 4,000 tokens. 4 has a token limit of 8,000 tokens. So this will really only work with 4. I should have made it a little more dynamic. Yeah, just get the API, come on. It's writing pretty amazing work. It also does a, we give it a genre, so we give it a pre-populated random choice of a genre. So that's only, it gets a one-word genre like cyberpunk. Gotta add some padding. 8,190 suit tokens. I see. Add this padding. never bothered trying this one, but okay, let's try fantasy. Yeah, there's stuff to do Fonte in Python too. So there's a lot of, Godel is one piece of what we're doing, but that's not the only piece. We may be just getting heavier and heavier into LLMs and that kind of stuff. All right, I'm going to talk to my girlfriend. Part of it, I think, is Jason's decision too. We have two very exciting projects. So, Dr. GPT is the other one. Okay, so it wants to write a book called The Chronicles of Etheria. Seems very bland. There's 4 characters. It sounds like each of them has a controls the element: air, earth, fire, and water. Dr. GPT is not public yet. There's a big job I think we can do that Python would be really useful for, that combines the LLM and some interesting wrangling of, I don't know, I'll explain to you privately. I'll just say it's a very, very large database that we have to process, basically. And doing that would give us a very large competitive advantage. I'll be back in like a short while. I don't think you have to know anything about API in this space. I'm sorry, AI. Hopefully you know something about API. I'm joking, I know you do. We have a guy who's like an LLM engineer. This is more about systems design. Designing a hardened system that'll go through tens of millions of records and intelligently sort of process them. The Chronicles of Etheria. I learned software just on my own. I never studied CS formally, but I've read a lot of CS books anyway. A lot of it's just practice and getting good at certain paradigms, design patterns. It's amazing, they've paused upgrades to GPT. Apparently they're saying they will not accept new premium users. How crazy is that? Demand is so high. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break.